watched that so many times.
Literally watched, listened. I have a background in music, so watching this and seeing, you know, how music connects people all around the world, and the fact that that is exactly what Sarah did with her violin, is connect multiple locations around the world, brought them all together. Orchestras.
Incredible.
This was an amazing symphony.
Yeah. Seeing her do her thing in space is incredible, and the fact that she pulled on her existing music experience. Many of us here are musicians. You know, it makes us better engineers. At least that's what I always thought about my music education, and it's just so cool to Sarah bring that to such a massive platform and in such a cool way.
Yeah, like so impressed. I literally, I was speechless when I first watched it, but I think I've watched it like 6 times by now.
For sure. So right now, we don't have views inside the cabin at the moment, but the crew, they continue their deorbit journey. As of right now, we have already separated the trunk from the Dragon capsule, and that allows us, and they've undergone the deorbit burn as well. And separating that Dragon trunk allows us to expose the heat shield. And so let's talk a little bit about the heat shield in greater detail. Dragon's primary heat shield is composed of PICA 3.0, which stands for Phenolic Impregnated Carbon Ablator. The first gen PICA was actually developed by NASA for studying and sampling comets within our solar system.
SpaceX partnered with NASA to develop PICA-X, which was the second generation product used on all Dragon 1 CRS missions that successfully resupplied the space station on 20 missions. PICA 3.0 was developed specifically for use on Dragon 2 crew and cargo, with enhanced structural and thermal properties that optimized the heat shield and drove down cost and mass.
Yeah. The remainder of the Dragon capsule is composed primarily of a SpaceX proprietary ablative material, or SPAM. It's another class of thermal protection which is lighter weight than PICA and protects the underlying composite structure during reentry to ensure the structural capabilities are maintained.
Yeah, while Dragon will experience temperatures well over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit during peak re-entry conditions, the characteristics of the thermal protection systems, coupled with the environmental cooling and life support system in the pressurized interior, will ensure that the crew will stay cool and comfortable during all phases of re-entry through splashdown, because it does get very hot on the outside. Now, we caught up with the Inspiration 4 crew on what they were thinking and feeling about this during their mission.
Coming back home is dynamic. It is exciting because you hit the atmosphere like a bullet. You're traveling 17,500 miles per hour, or Mach 25. And then when you hit the atmosphere, the capsule starts slowing down. And as a result, you get this G load that comes on you quickly, and then it's sustained. And at the same time, the Dragon's making these giant S-turns, which is, again, dialing into its location, but also slowing down the capsule. And for me, I was just sitting there like, this is fantastic. You know, that's what was going through my mind.
Yeah, and there's that rhythmic pulse of the Draco engines that are steering you and orienting the Dragon capsule in the right direction. And that's all you hear until the parachutes deploy. You see the light change through the windows because it is making those S-turns. And you don't hear the wind go by until you get to about 50 kilometers up, and that's when you start to hear the rush of the wind, even though you start to feel those G's pretty early. And what's really cool about it is that as soon as you hear that pop of the pyros putting the drogue chutes out, the Dracos go silent. And that is an eerie but calm feeling. Do you remember feeling that when the parachutes deployed, all of a sudden the Dracos just shut off and now we're just there?
Not until you mentioned that.
I'm glad you remember that.
I know, but I just remember the feeling of relief of being like, yes, the drogues fired, and then the mains, because Jared had his hands on the buttons in case there was something that, we needed it. And it's a dynamic, interesting time of reentry.
I'm not gonna lie, I was nervous for reentry.
Okay.
Just, launch, you're so excited, because, 8-9 minutes, I'm gonna be in space. But then reentry was more intimidating for me. And then it was also just It was more dynamic. It was more intense physically after you'd had no days of zero gravity, and then you started experiencing the G's again, and then you're up to 4.5 G's. It's really intense. You're just trying to breathe. And when the parachutes come out, it sounds like explosions.
It is. The pyros go,
yeah.
and then you're waiting, and
but it's such a relief. You're really happy to hear those explosions.
You really are. Yeah.
And I just remember when we started entering the atmosphere, I could see like fire from the window, and it was cool. But whenever we hit the water, it was just intense relief.
I think one of my favorite moments, though, is right before, we're all strapped in and we're working our way to our descent, and then that's when Jarrett was like, well, I want to give you guys something to look forward to, so let me tell you about our splashdown party once we get back.
Because he kept it a secret.
He kept it a secret, and then I kept thinking, you're telling us now as we're going into the most dynamic part of flight? But that's Jarrett. He's like, let's calm down, it's all good, and let's share some exciting news to look forward to.
Some awesome words there from the Inspiration 4 crew. I should say the Inspiration 4 crew that isn't currently on board the Polaris Dawn capsule. So Jared also commanded the Inspiration 4 crew as well as our current Polaris Dawn mission. And in fact, this capsule is the same one that the Inspiration 4 crew flew in as well. So we heard it from the experts. Re-entry is interesting.
Yeah, it was really cool to hear, their different, each one had a different insight. Haley was, this was the more dynamic portion that she was maybe a little bit more worried about, and Chris talking about how the Draco engines go silent.
Yeah.
Just love hearing the thoughts from that experience.
Yeah. Now, very similar to the Inspiration 4 crew, the Polaris Dawn crew did a ton of research while they were on orbit. So many science and research performed. About 36 research studies and experiments from 31 partner institutions designed to advance both human health here on Earth during, as well as in space during long-duration spaceflight. There is a great opportunity for these individuals to really bring another element of research to issues and health concerns that we have here on Earth, and that's pretty great.
We have had a full complement of research, an action-packed schedule for this mission. We've had about 40 science and research experiments that we have been tackling, and they span all sorts of genres, and we're really excited to talk to you about a few of them today. So right here, what you see, this is a butterfly ultrasound device. And it's really neat because it can work with an iPhone or an iPad or just any sort of tablet device. And so it's really portable, and you can take it anywhere, even to space. So we've been using it for a whole bunch of different experiments, measuring our different veins. We've been measuring our bladder. We've been measuring our kidneys and liver and a lot of different pieces of the body. So it's been really interesting, and we're excited to see what we learn from all the data.
This was created by the U.S. Air Force Academy, which is near and dear to my heart. I was assigned there many moons ago as one of the commanders of the cadets. And what these cadets have created is a casing that holds different plants, and we've been imaging these plants on a daily basis to see what the impact of zero gravity is on this plant. One of the big concerns is the fluid shift up here at zero gravity. We can really feel the effect as soon as we were on orbit, and you can kind of see it in our faces. So one of the concerns with long-duration space flight is to be able to triage in case of an emergency. And one of the first basic steps is airway assessment. So we volunteered to do some imaging of our airway. We did this experiment before flight, during flight, and then we'll do it post-flight. And what this requires is us to numb up the nasal passage and then insert this endoscopic camera all the way through the nasal passage and back of the throat to take these different images. And then post-flight, we'll be able to assess what happened to the airway passage as that fluid shifts.
This is a
Tempest Pro, also called our ambulance in a box. So, you know, if you believe in SpaceX's vision of making life multiplanetary, that we're going to have thousands of starships in space someday, tens of thousands of people, we're on Mars and we're exploring our solar system, it's pretty cool. But those are some pretty long journeys, and hospitals aren't very close by. So we have to be able to bring diagnostic tools into space with us, and then be able to beam that information back home to the flight surgeons. So just yesterday, we hooked up all sorts of cables to this, so blood pressure, SpO2, respiration, EKG leads, and basically we're able to capture a number of vital signs and test it out. And then today, we actually did a full-blown medical simulation of what could be a very likely medical situation that could develop after an EVA, and then was able to beam a lot of this information home via Starlink to the flight surgeons in mission control. So I really am excited about it because it's this kind of technology that's going to be needed, you know, to kind of further humankind's ambitions to explore among the stars.
We've been collecting data kind of every day, looking at the changes in our vision over time in space. We also have an experiment from CU Boulder that we did shortly after arriving on orbit, where you actually put a contact lens into your eye to monitor the pressure change over time. And there's a picture of Jared. He has the contact lens in his eye that's sending pressure data over 12, 24 hours to a sensor. But he really looked like a rogue space pirate with his eye patch kind of covering it, so he didn't have to have some vision changes from that lens. But it was quite a look up here for the space pirate.
So cool to see them talk about their different science experiments. And if you notice, they were like letting go of some of the stuff that they were holding. It was just floating there.
Chaos.
But in addition to their science experiments and research experiments that they did on September 12th, while traveling in a 184 by 732 kilometer orbit around the Earth, the crew performed the first ever commercial spacewalk. Extravehicular activities, or EVAs, are activities performed by spacesuited astronauts outside of their spacecraft in orbit of the Earth. They are generally performed for service, maintenance, repair, or replacement of space equipment.
Yeah, it was so incredible to see this live and see them going through and going through their test matrix for the suits. Now, an extravehicular activity usually begins with depressurization of the airlock or space module, and then ends with repressurization of that space module or airlock after crew member ingress. But because Crew Dragon doesn't have an airlock, the entire cabin was actually depressurized, and all 4 astronauts on board participated in the spacewalk. It was Sarah.
SpaceX Dragon. Our tablets are secure, restraints are tightened, and our visors are down.
SpaceX copies for crew entry prep.
All right, good news there. That was Jared letting us know that their tablets are secured and the visors are down, which then creates that complete system for the spacesuit for them to basically be ready for the more dynamic parts of the reentry phase, which is coming up soon. We are about 7 minutes away from the anticipated loss of signal. But getting back to the incredible spacewalk that Sarah and Jared and Kid and Anna performed, it was actually Sarah and Jared that took turns actually exiting the spacecraft while Kid and Anna supported from the inside. Overall, the spacewalk lasted 1 hour and 46 minutes from the time that the cabin air was vented to when it was repressurized once again. So it was incredible, and the first commercial spacewalk is certainly a moment to remember. Now, some Dragon facts in terms of the Dragon capsule overall. Like I said earlier, it's designed from the beginning to enable human spaceflight, even though we started just with cargo spaceflight. It can carry up to 7 passengers, but for today, we've got 4 crew members on board. And it is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station. It's also the first private spacecraft to take an all-civilian crew to orbit. And that was this exact Dragon capsule, Dragon Resilience, that, of course, was the inspiration for mission. This Dragon mission, this Polaris Dawn Dragon mission flew further than any Dragon to date and reached the highest Earth orbit ever flown with an apogee of 1,408.1 kilometers. Dragon has performed 47 total launches, including Polaris Dawn, 14 crew missions, including Polaris, 5 of those being private astronaut missions, and 9 being NASA missions. We've had 42 visits to the International Space Station, 25 missions utilizing a reflown or a refurbished Dragon capsule, including Polaris Dawn. And like we mentioned earlier, this is the exact same Dragon flown on the Inspiration 4 mission.
Dragon SpaceX. 5 minutes until predicted comm blackout. See you on the other side.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're tracking the same. Talk to you soon.
And we just heard some comms from the core to the crew, letting them know we're just about 5 minutes away from that blackout period, which is very, very exciting. That means that the crew is almost going to get through the portion of passing through the atmosphere, re-entering the atmosphere, coming back down to Earth. And ironically, today is actually the 3-year anniversary, 3 years ago today, on September 15th, 2021, the Inspiration 4 mission actually launched. And so we got to hear some thoughts. We don't get to hear the Polaris Dawn crew. They haven't gone through this re-entry period. So we got to hear some thoughts from the Inspiration 4 crew on their thoughts of this re-entry period.
It's now time to come home. We've been floating in space for 3 days. What did it feel like to you guys to all of a sudden experience a 1/10 of a G as we came back?
Okay, you said that liftoff was your favorite part. Coming back was actually mine. I loved hitting the atmosphere and the dynamics of it and having the G load, come on quick, and you're like, okay, gravity's heavy.
I much preferred launch over splashdown. But yeah, because we were in space for 3 days, and this is something I didn't think about beforehand, but whenever we started entering the atmosphere and started feeling the gravity again, I remember saying out loud, oh my gosh, this is so intense. How many G's are we at? And Jared said 0.3.
I know.
So we were at a third of Earth gravity. And I was like, how are we gonna get to 4.5? But you just get through it.
Yeah, just keep breathing, right?
And then you just pray the parachutes will open. And then whenever they do, and then you hear from SpaceX, 4 healthy mains, I remember screaming, thank God.
Well, that's the most intense, when they talk about the Dragon being autonomous and stuff, on ascend going up, if the launch escape system will probably catch an error before Jared and I could react.
Right.
We could do stuff, but you've got that. But coming back,
you can't abort coming back.
You can't. You can't. But the most intense moment, I think, for the commander and the pilot is making sure that the drogues and the mains come out, because we have a short window where we can manually fire them if they don't. And I just remember, we're counting down, and then I'm like, green, yellow, and if I'd gotten to red, then that wouldn't have been good. But every time green happened, the pyros went, and Jared and I were just like, there's the drogues. And we could see it on our monitor. I don't know if you could, but we're like, oh, yes, drogues. And then we go
I had
through.
to rip off my iPad to hand it to you so you could take a picture.
Take a picture. Once we got off,
yeah,
because once we got off the 4 healthy mains, Jared was like, that's the best thing I've ever seen. And I was like, yes.
Yeah, and then it was like, at that point, it was so peaceful because re-entry was very dynamic. It was the G-forces were so intense. It was more shaky than launch was. And then when the parachutes deploy, they lift you up and shake you all around. And then whenever after they're out, then you're just kind of falling down. I remember it sounded like a summer breeze outside, and we were like in 1G and just drifting down. And then we hit the water. We knew it. It was.
Well, that was one thing too. When you said you're looking at the screens, you and I had a pretty good view, Haley. Of we could actually look out the windows at that point, and I remember seeing the Dragon capsule reorient, and as it's making those S curves to the atmosphere, and seeing the clouds move very dynamically. And
see, I'd love that. That to me, hearing the Dracos firing and it's like, as we're doing these giant S curves.
That's exactly what it sounded like.
Yeah, it's like ingrained in my memory. And I remember just being there and being like, this is so cool.
Yeah.
You know, and just the technology of what SpaceX has done and being able to, you know, have a capsule that will dial itself in and slow down your descent. It's just amazing. Such a great experience. But splashdown was awesome because when we hit the water, you're just like, we did it.
It was a very emotional moment, more than I expected.
I love what Dr. Proctor said there. We did it.
Yeah. I literally love seeing all the reactions because, you know, we don't get to, you know, experience these events with them. And every single one is very unique to each person's experience. And I love that all three of them have just like a different view of how each event went.
Yeah, it's so great to be able to hear their reactions. And I look forward to hearing the Polaris Dawn crew's reactions once they get back on Earth and share their experience with us. Now, the Polaris Dawn crew, we are coming up to our anticipated loss of signal. This is the point in time in which the amount of plasma building up on the exterior of the vehicle becomes significant and that we are unable to command the vehicle or receive telemetry or communicate with the crew. So this happens every time a Dragon capsule comes back through the Earth's atmosphere, and we're anticipating about a 7-minute loss of signal for today's re-entry. But it's a period in which a couple minutes before it ends, we'll hear the core call out, the core being the crew operations and resources engineer. And that person is the voice to the crew, and they're sitting right there in that room on your screen. That is Mission Control here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. And a couple minutes before the blackout period ends, we'll start to hear the core hail the Dragon capsule, because sometimes they get through it quicker and we're able to communicate earlier than anticipated. So yeah, it's an expected period where basically no vehicle telemetry is received by Mission Control or the recovery team, and we're unable to command the vehicle. So as a reminder, though, the Dragon capsule is programmed to and designed to fly itself. So as we heard from the Inspiration 4 crew earlier, it is a period of great anticipation, but coming out on the other side is a moment of a lot of joy.
Yeah, it's super exciting. We are expected to be in the blackout period at this moment. We did hear the core call that out about 5 minutes ago. So we should be in that blackout period. Again, it should last about 6-7 minutes. And what's expected to come next is going to be, once we get through that blackout period, we will confirm we have comms with the crew once again, and then we will be expecting the drogue parachutes to deploy. Again, that helps slow the vehicle down. They've been flying very fast in space at 17,500 miles per hour. Those drogues are going to slow down the vehicle to about 350 miles per hour, and then the 4 main parachutes will deploy and slow the vehicle down as it's making its way back down to Earth, and should touch down at around 15, 16 miles per hour. So these chutes are very, very important to help keep the vehicle slowly moving towards the Earth, scrubbing that velocity as they've been moving very quickly. But they should have a very light touchdown back on Earth in the ocean.
You can hear a little bit of a crowd here forming outside of Mission Control. You can see there on your screen as some of our fellow employees are gathering in anticipation of the splashdown. It's always one of the best, not one of, the best place to stand for these types of events, although it is pretty late on a Saturday night, so perhaps not the normal size crowd.
This is this is a pretty good event for a Saturday night, I think. This is where I'd want to be.
So once again, we are in the blackout period. Anticipated loss of communications. We do anticipate to regain those communications around 12:30 a.m. Pacific time or 3:30 a.m. Eastern time. Just after that, as Jesse was saying, we'll see the drogue parachutes deploy about 2 minutes after, and then about 2 minutes after coming back from the blackout period, we'll see those drogues deploy. And then just a minute later, we'll see the main parachutes deploy. So as we said earlier, this is a series of events that when you start, it seems like, oh man, it's going to take a while, but they do happen in rapid succession. And I just noticed there's a turtle inflatable down in front of Mission Control in celebration of our new landing location at Dry Tortugas.
Yeah, I love that. Celebrating our new splashdown zone, welcoming the Polaris Dawn crew home. And we are a little over halfway through that blackout period. We are expecting to hopefully gain comms back in about a couple minutes from now again. And this, you can see on your screen, is the first ground view of the Dragon capsule making its way back, entering the Earth's atmosphere.
I love this view. It's so fun to watch this. I can only imagine what it would be like to watch it with our own eyes. This thermal view in particular is really cool because you can see the trail behind it.
Oh, that is so awesome. There's 4 humans inside of that capsule right now.
Now, once again, we are in the anticipated communications blackout period. Basically, there is an envelope of ionized air around the spacecraft, and it blocks radio signals from reaching Dragon. So this basically plasma field around it prohibits us from commanding the vehicle or from communicating with the crew. So this anticipated blackout period lasts about 7 minutes, so we should be coming out of it here in about the next minute or so. We will probably start to hear the SpaceX core begin to reach out to the Dragon capsule, just trying to hail them, or we might even hear from the Polaris Dawn crew first. Oh, that's an incredible view from the recovery ship stationed out in the water.
That is a sight to see for the people that are watching this live. It's not a comet. It is just the Polaris Dawn crew coming back to Earth. Wow, that is an amazing view.
Once again, we expect this blackout period to end in about a minute. Another view of the
Dragon SpaceX comm check.
I can have you loud and clear. Help me, SpaceX.
Loud and clear, Jared. Expect automated chute deployment.
Incredible views, incredible comms. We have regained communications with the Polaris Dawn crew. This is a drone circling the recovery vessel. And that little white dot, I should start, the big white dot on the right, obviously the moon, the little white dot there in the center of your screen is the Dragon Resilience vehicle making its way, its final few kilometers back down to planet Earth after spending 5 days in orbit.
Wow, just some epic views tonight. You can hear the crowd here in Hawthorne getting excited. We've confirmed that we have comms with the crew.
Dragon SpaceX, GPS converged. Expect nominal altitude for drogue chute deploy.
Copy that, SpaceX. We show the same and tracking.
And the crew is still traveling very quickly right now as they're coming back through the Earth's atmosphere. But as you heard, the drogue chutes should be deploying here shortly, and that's going to slow them down significantly.
Yeah, we expect those to deploy in about 90 seconds. And as we heard in those comms, it's triggered by GPS. So the Dragon capsule, using that GPS, will automatically know exactly when to deploy it, and that happens around 40 kilometers. Once the drogue parachutes deploy, about a minute after that, we'll see the main parachutes.
And it's pretty incredible that we only...
We can see seat rotation now underway. This helps put the crew in a more ergonomic position in anticipation of
Brace
splashdown.
for drogue window.
Copy, we're bracing.
Should see those chutes deploy here shortly. And you can see the crew bracing
As instructed.
for the change in velocity.
Standing by for deployment of the drogue parachutes. These will help bring the vehicle down from about 350 miles per hour when they deploy down to about 119 miles per hour when the main parachutes deploy. There we can see that the drogue chutes have successfully deployed. It's a great thermal image. And that view is from the actual basin where those drogue parachutes are located.
Dragon SpaceX visual on 2 healthy drogues.
Copy that, SpaceX. We show the same.
These drogue parachutes help to stabilize the Dragon capsule and get it into the right orientation before those main parachutes pop out, as well as providing that initial deceleration.
This is such a great thermal shot of the Dragon capsule. You can see it turning a little bit with the drogue parachutes. And there are the 4 main chutes now deployed. They'll slowly open up to their full deployment here in just a few seconds.
Incredible views of the Polaris Dawn crew returning to Earth after 5 days in Earth's orbit. The crowd here at Mission Control in Hawthorne cheering.
Dragon SpaceX visual on 4 mains and descent rate nominal.
It's a beautiful sight to see.
Copy that, SpaceX. We show the same. 1,000.
Copy 1,000.
Beautiful sight to see those 4 healthy main parachutes.
So great.
Now, in about 2 minutes, we expect our splashdown to occur.
And you may hear the crew and the Corps talking. They're communicating about their altitude as they make their way back down to Earth.
We should start.
800.
Yeah, there it is. So we should start to hear
Copy 8.
are hearing our commander, Jared Isaacman, call out the altitude as they descend to the ocean's surface. We can see the Polaris Dawn crew nestled in their seats there on the left-hand side of your screen as they anticipate their
600.
splashdown.
Copy 6.
And you can see the difference in velocity. This is a lot gentler than just a few minutes ago. Dragon is coming back down to Earth.
Absolutely. These main parachutes deploy at about 119 miles per hour and help slow the Dragon capsule down to about 15 miles per hour when it makes contact with the ocean.
You can also see that the capsule is now
400.
The capsule is now stabilized. It's no longer spinning like we saw it with the drogue parachutes.
$200. We're bracing.
Copy 200 embraced.
Bracing for splashdown.
That will be the final call we hear from Jared until contact with the ocean surface. Standing by for a splashdown of the Polaris Dawn crew. And there you can see.
SpaceX copies, VC splash.
As you can see on your screen, and by the cheers behind us, the Polaris Dawn crew has successfully splashed down.
Welcome back to planet Earth, Polaris Dawn.
SpaceX recovery team now moving into place to begin the process of strapping the Dragon capsule up with the necessary rigging in order to lift it onto the recovery vessel. Dragon capsule appears to be in a pretty stable position after...
SpaceX Dragon, vehicles code 1, cruise code 1.
SpaceX copies code 1.
Now, the recovery teams have been ready and waiting about 3 nautical miles away. So it's going to take them just about 30 minutes to make their way to Jared, Kid, Sarah, and Anna, who are currently inside of the Dragon capsule that you see there on your screen, back here, home on Earth.
That call out that we heard earlier, confirmation of what I had said a little bit prior to in terms of that stable configuration, that code 1 call out is the reflection of the crew's reporting of that landing position. We can see the Dragon capsule bobbing in the distance. Like Jesse said, the recovery team is a little ways away from the splashdown location, obviously to ensure their safety, as well as the safety of the Polaris Dawn crew. So it takes a little while for the large recovery vessel to make its way over to the Dragon capsule, but there are a couple of fast boats that we will likely see come into screen sooner than later, and those fast boats carry...
SpaceX Dragon, we're stable 1.
Those fast boats carry...
Copy, stable 1.
Those fast boats carry the recovery team members that will scoop up the parachutes from the water, excuse me, as well as perform the initial safety checks to make sure that there are no hypergolic fuel vapors or any basically potentially harmful vapors remaining around the Dragon capsule following the deorbit sequence. So we'll see a crew with some personal protective equipment wearing that personal protective equipment around the capsule, performing those safety checks before allowing anyone to get too close to the capsule.
Yeah, and I love that we have those fast boats. You know, instead of waiting for the recovery vessel to make it with crew members on board there, we have the fast boats to get there while the recovery vessel is making its way towards the capsule, and we can do all that work in advance. And they are very fast, as you can see.
SpaceX, on behalf of the entire team of SpaceX, welcome home. We have pulled go for recovery personnel to approach. Expect personnel alongside in approximately 1 minute.
Copy that, SpaceX, and Polaris Dawn, we are mission complete. Thanks for all the big help pulling this mission together.
Now, we did see a jet ski pass by. That jet ski has a couple recovery folks on board. They've got the go to do those gas and hazardous checks to make sure that Dragon is safe for the recovery vessel to approach.
Yeah, and this view here is actually from a drone hovering near the Dragon capsule, so it gives you a little bit better perspective of how close the fast boats are. Like I mentioned before, some of them are scouring the water looking for the parachutes that were released after Dragon splashed down. We'll try to retrieve those. Another fast boat will approach and begin those safety checks for any hypergolic vapors. Yeah, we can see them getting... actually, you can kind of see one of those parachutes there floating in the water to the right-hand side. And then the moon in the distance. What a great view.
Some great lighting from the moon at this night splashdown tonight.
I'm pretty sure this is the first time we've had these views on our recovery webcasts. So it's pretty cool to see. I love that we get this view right here where we can see the lights on inside Dragon capsule through the windows.
Almost looks like the eyes of Dragon.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So the fast boat that is closest to the Dragon capsule, that is the crew that will begin. Yeah, you can see with the stick there, that is basically a hypergolic detection device. And yeah, they will attach to the Dragon capsule to get a little closer. And we can see that they have respirators on. This helps ensure that if there are any lingering vapors, that they will not be exposed to those. Now the recovery team, just like the Polaris Dawn crew, they perform quite a bit of training in order to be able to perform these activities safely. In fact, for those of you that have never watched our recovery shows before, but there will actually be someone that jumps into the water and begins climbing on Dragon capsule in order to secure the straps that are necessary to lift the Dragon capsule out of the water. Oh, there's a cool shot there because you can actually see the basin where the main parachutes were located. That's where oh, here's a thermal view now. But yeah, that lower, larger basin is where the main parachutes were located. A Dragon capsule definitely looks toasty, having come back through the Earth's atmosphere.
A little bit toasty there. It was a little hot coming back.
Yeah.
And again, right now the recovery team is ensuring the safety of the crew, making sure there's no hazardous gases around the vehicle. They're pulling the chutes out of the water.
Which is what that thing is below the Dragon capsule there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. It is not a giant squid. I love how there are lights on these boats. Maybe not there. Actually, I take that back. I don't think it's lights on the boats. I think it's lights with some of...
Dragon SpaceX, hypergol sweeps, and unfired ordnance checks nominal, rigging in progress, approximately 5 minutes until capsule lift. Stand by for PMC.
Copy that. 5 minutes for capsule lift, and glad all the checkouts are good.
All right, great news there, letting us know, and we can see that the crew members have basically taken off their respirators, allows them to work a little bit more efficiently. Also heard that the crew will have their...
Dragon SpaceX for PMC.
PMC standing for Private Medical Conference, so this is an opportunity to check in with...
SpaceX.
We'd like to try and do the PMC in 10 minutes, 10 minutes, looking for crew to be okay with that wait.
Crew's good. We'll call you if we need to pull it in, but right now 10 minutes seems good.
Copy.
All right, so that PMC Private Medical Conference, that's just an opportunity for the crew to chat with the flight surgeon, check in, make sure everybody's feeling good. So it sounds like the crew is on board to have that occur in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the recovery team's here on your screen scurrying. Oh, there, our first view of the individual on top of the capsule. Yeah, I have said this in many Splashdown webcasts before. Not enough money in the world to convince me to do that job. I have so much admiration and respect for the people that can. Just doing that in dark water would be terrifying to me. And I love how efficient and well-trained all of these individuals are. We can see it in action here. They function as a really strong unit altogether. These waters are pretty calm, but you can see the capsule and the boats kind of moving around. And it's not like they're on land.
Yeah. And Yeah, Kate. I mean, at least they are near the Florida Keys. They probably got some pretty clear water, even though it is nighttime. I wouldn't mind, jumping on top of the capsule and trying to rig up the Dragon capsule there. It looks like a pretty fun job, actually.
Yeah, I think nighttime would be a hard no. Daytime, maybe.
Dragon SpaceX for PMC.
Go SpaceX.
All right, we're actually ready to do a PMC now, so I'm going to be privatizing Dragon to ground. You'll next hear from the ship surgeon.
Copy that, SpaceX.
So cool to see this happening live with the various recovery team members working to install the straps and the rigging that is necessary in order to safely lift the Dragon capsule out of the water. I want to give a special shout out to the SpaceX weather team and the recovery team for unlocking this location and adding it to our sites of availability for Dragon recovery opportunities and options, because as we saw trying to launch this mission when we were just kidding. Fake Quindar. When we were trying to launch this, weather was really problematic, and it wasn't just the weather at the launch site, which is what most people think of.
Dragon ground is no longer privatized.
Copy that, SpaceX.
Yeah, the weather at the launch site is what most people think of, but when we have a shorter duration, basically free flyer type mission like this, where the Dragon capsule is only in orbit for a few days, not only do we have to look at the immediate weather around the launch site and the weather during the ascent abort phases like we always do, but at the time of launch, we also have to be really confident that there will be good weather in at least a couple of landing locations available to us at the time of launch. And that wasn't an option for any of our existing sites. And the recovery team and the weather team worked really hard to identify this new location, and just look how calm the waters are. Wow.
It was perfect for this splashdown today. And yeah, Kate, like for the last few weeks, weather, in Florida is,
that time of year.
It's the hurricane season, so it's a little bit tough. And like you
Geraldo, tá me ouvindo aí?
5 days trying to make sure that weather is good from start to finish is really, really difficult with that type of weather there in Florida. Where typically, other missions we've gone to the International Space Station where we can kind of wait out weather if we need to. For a mission like the Free Flyer, like you said, that's a little bit harder.
Yeah.
We don't have as much cargo space to keep food and supplies much longer than the planned duration of the mission. Obviously, there's some extra in there in case they did need to stay out in space, but we got...
E como diz o Sérgio, lá tem o Homem-Rã, que é o rapaz aí que tá passando aí o cabo aí na cápsula. Cara, o drone que eles usam ali, a imagem é fantástica, hein?
Recovery vessel.
A great shot of the helicopter pad there on top. That's pretty cool.
So a helicopter is going to come once the crew is on board.
Esse é o barco, né, que mostrou aí, que vai ser içado aí a cápsula, tá?
Land on the recovery vessel and actually fly the crew back to land. That's a lot faster path than waiting on the recovery vessel to get back to land. And that's important to make sure that the crew is safe, healthy, and they can get into hopefully get some sleep, maybe.
Yeah, I did make a note that the crew, while they are
Show de
on
bola,
orbit,
hein?
everything is scheduled, including their sleep periods. And they actually had their wake-up call at 6:25 p.m. Pacific time, or 9:25 p.m. Eastern time. So it's right now almost 1 a.m. Pacific time. So yeah, they've been awake for a while, and they had quite a day, honestly. And I'm sure that they are most excited to see their families again, and also probably pretty excited to get a good night's sleep.
In a bed.
Yeah.
Instead of floating around.
Yeah. Now, if you've recently joined us, unfortunately, you missed quite a bit of action already, but we still have a bit to go. So far, we, as you can see, have had a successful
Ouvi falar sobre o Homem-Rã
carrying the Polaris. They splashed
lá
down
pelos anos 60. Eita!
time. Unfortunately, I was too excited and I didn't catch the exact splashdown time, but I think it was right around then.
Meu, eu não sei onde vai parar aí o nosso amigo Elon Musk, né? Impressionante, né?
Is now underway. This view is of the recovery
Como o cara tem a facilidade de
recovery crew members working to place the straps in the ring.
criar as coisas aí, mandar para o espaço, né? Não só mandar, mas também
Lift the Dragon capsule out of the water.
recuperar em segurança, né?
And from there, the crew members the recovery team members will open up the side hatch, and that will be the first breath of fresh air that this crew has had since they lifted off. Let's see, 5 days ago. Oh, man, this week has been such a blur. I guess that was Monday.
Entrou na frente da câmera aí, meu. O Me Ajuda e o Barqueiro.
So yeah, it's been quite a few days, and once that hatch is open, we will then bring each crew member out one at a time. They will then head up to the medical deck and have an in-person checkout with the flight surgeon, or excuse me, the flight surgeon that is on the ship, so the ship surgeon. And yeah, from there they'll get on that helicopter that you mentioned.
Yeah, and the flight surgeon will be the first to greet the crew once that hatch is open, and they'll help the recovery team and crew will help them exit the Dragon capsule if they need to. And we actually,
O
again...
cara é bom, tem grana, é verdade, né? Tem bastante dinheiro, né? Ô, Elon Musk.
Space. So,
Patrocina a gente aí, meu. Isenta a gente aí. Ontem utilizamos, né, a nossa Starlink lá na base aérea de São Paulo. E graças aí a todos os equipamentos que a gente tem aí, né, a Live e a Starlink, deu tudo certo ontem lá na transmissão, né, foi muito legal, né.
Waiting to come out and then go on to the next thing, right? And how do we take this story? How do we take this experience?
Agora eles dividiram ali a tela onde tem o barco ali onde vai ser içado, né, e estão contando a história aí dos astronautas aí.
We had so many people donate to St. Jude during our flight. That was one of the most incredible things to learn about.
Yeah, later that night after splashdown,
right,
when we found out we surpassed our $200 million fundraising goal, I remember I just couldn't stop crying. I was just so happy.
And I love the fact that, our families heard the sonic boom of us coming home. It's like we announced, here we come.
I'm glad they knew that was a good thing.
Yeah, that's right.
But my brother, Hayden is an aerospace engineer. He was like, yeah. He was so excited to hear that. He knew exactly what it was.
And we were the first SpaceX crew to splash down in the Atlantic. So we were the first crew to cause a sonic boom back over Florida since the shuttle stopped flying.
Yeah, I know. Such a special moment, Right. And I just remember getting back onto the boat and and then working on opening up the side hatch for the first time, and Anil being there to welcome us. And
welcome home, Earthling.
Deixa eu só ver aqui.
And I think about the fact that, Anil is...
Lembrando, viu, que a gente está transmitindo, né, as imagens aí do X que vem dos Estados Unidos, ou seja, tudo dentro da legalidade, né?
And all of them were supporting our mission. So Sarah was in mission control. She was chatting with us for launch and in space, and she had trained us to that point. And then Kid was one of the first faces that we saw back on Earth. He had been there every step of the way. And
with fried chicken.
Yeah, I was ready for some Earth food when I got back.
I thought that was funny because you were like, fried chicken. I just remember you, and you kind of like
hanging out of our mouths as we were diving.
Yeah, there's this photo, and I'm still like getting used to gravity again, which we had been there 3 days. I didn't think it'd be such a readjustment, but I'm laying on this stretcher. I've been eating fried chicken, and it's all over. Sit up. I was like, I don't...
Eu acho que até o coronel que organizou ontem, né, o evento, ele ficou muito contente. Ele levou toda a família dele, né, pro evento. Foi bem um ambiente muito legal, né? O seu Geraldo. Ontem a esposa chegou contando para toda a família, né, que ela foi assim, foi o primeiro evento que ela participou que ela ficou feliz, contente, um ambiente top. Então, poxa, isso me deixou muito contente. Eita, esses travamentos aí, deixa eu ver se é só aqui. Pode ser do computador lá que não esteja aguentando a transmissão, hein? Pera aí. Peraí que eu acho que travou aqui só porque eu fui falar, meu negócio parou. Volta aí, ô.
Oh yeah, Jared was last out. Jared always let us go first.
Yep.
Só um pouquinho que eu vou falar com o Houston aqui. Hey Houston.
Memories really of like I'm sure.
Vamos lá, Houston. Houston.
Second time for Jared will feel a little bit different. He inspiration for him. Lift the vehicle into that nest that you see there on your screen.
Espera aí que eu vou dar um restart aqui. Vamos ver, vou dar um restart aqui.
Coming into view.
Vamos ver se vai continuar travando aqui, hein?
This on or excuse me, this
É impressionante, eu tô fazendo uma transmissão de um browser. Caracas, bicho, que travamento é esse?
position. That will actually extend about quite quickly. Basically, once all of maps are in place and secure and tight, the arms, then you can see a protective buoy there at the end of the vessel to help make sure that nothing comes into contact and kill. But once those straps attach, that hydraulic like arch is extended out. The Dragon capsule will actually be lifted up the water pretty efficiently.
Só fazer ajuste aqui, peraí.
The landing point for the Dragon.
So there is a platform for when they open up that hatch that it is very easy to exit the capsule to the platform.
Vamos ver se agora dá uma amenizada.
They have opened up. The last few minutes with
Estranho.
their home for the
Ainda bem que o mar tá tranquilo, sim. Ainda bem, viu, seu Geraldo?
Great work this week. So
Vamos ver se vai, hein?
The capsule is lifted out of the water.
Ah, ainda bem que eu vou conseguir pôr pra voltar bem na hora aqui, viu? Aí o Geraldo, ó, ele vai...
Dragon SpaceX, brace.
Ó,
There they go.
pulou aí o Homem-Rã.
really warm water, Kate.
Yeah, you know what? Sea creatures love warm water too, in my head.
They're not going to hurt you.
We can see the Dragon capsule
Show de bola, hein?
the water. Our first view of that well-loved heat shield at the bottom of the...
Já estão puxando a cápsula já, hein?
Dragon now completely out of the water, and we'll onto that cradle there. Once the Dragon capsule is lowered, we will see the recovery.
Eu fico impressionado com as imagens, né? Com a qualidade da imagem.
But once
Eu queria muito saber como que o Elon Musk faz para captar a imagem do foguete, né?
capsules, we want to try and minimize the effects of corrosion, which of course happen due to salt water. So we will actually begin to see not only that basin where the main parachutes were located.
Sistema Brooks, igual para caçamba. Ó, sabia não, Geraldo, que tinha nome.
The crew is now on the recovery vessel, probably their first moment of a little bit more stability being back on Earth. Again, what will happen next is once the Dragon capsule is fully seated in the nest.
Ah, sim, é 1 hora a menos, viu, seu Geraldo?
From the capsule that will then translate that capsule and move it forward to a platform.
Dragon SpaceX, welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Recovery personnel are completing final checks. Stand by for translation to the egress platform.
Copy that, SpaceX, standing by.
All right, great news there. And it looks like actually the estimation for lift was
Show de bola, hein?
2 minutes early. So like I said, it's a pretty efficient operation. The recovery team, not only have they performed this on numerous actual human space flight missions, but also in rehearsals and training procedures of their own. So it looks like the crew members that you see there have donned some PPE once again. These are respirators that help to ensure that if there are any lingering hypergolic fumes, that they will not be exposed to it. So they are actually installing plugs into
Ó, já estão puxando lá, o barquinho já tá.
The outlet of those Draco thrusters and performing additional.
Já tá andando, eu não sei se a câmera é uma câmera que tem. É uma câmera muito estável, ó.
Once they install all of the necessary Draco plugs, they will continue with a final round of detection checks and...
Dragon SpaceX, looking for your okay to come on board with cameras.
SpaceX Dragon, you're welcome aboard with the cams.
Welcome aboard.
SpaceX copies.
Recovery team continuing with the installation of those safety plugs to help prevent any fumes from the Draco thrusters. Our Draco engines utilize hypergolic propellants, and those are toxic to humans, of course, and so we want to ensure the safety of our recovery team as well as the Polaris Dawn crew.
Nossa, nem sabia que tinha esse nome aí, viu, seu Geraldo? Polyguindaste?
Fume checks before allowing anyone to approach. Oh, our first view inside.
Aí tá a cara de felicidade deles aí.
Says visors up.
Eita, que beleza, hein?
Yeah.
The classic kid thumbs up.
Yes, I love it.
Yep. I've actually been following along with. I've been following along with
Ninguém inchado. Ninguém.
their tablets. They're located on their legs, and it's actually written into their procedure to remain seated and restrained, just in case if anybody inside was feeling daring. They are still required to keep all hands inside the ride at all times.
Yeah, that is actually very important. They have been out in space for 5 days. They don't have gravity, forcing their muscles to be working the way that we utilize them here on Earth. So it is important that when they do take their first steps, that we have some of the crew and the medical team there to support them in case they need any help.
Absolutely.
Again, it's only been 5 days. The Inspiration 4 crew did 3 days, and they were able to pretty easily walk out of the capsule, but we'll see how this crew does back on gravity.
Yeah. Everyone seems to be pretty calm and collected and just chilling out as they await for the Dragon capsule to be translated. Looks like that should be happening just,
Parece tão pequena, mas não é pequena não, olha o tamanho
as the recovery team
da
completes
pessoa ali, ó. Deve ter o que, uns
removing some
3 metros, talvez.
that nest that the Dragon capsule is in will move toward the forward end of the vessel, where there is basically in the central part of the vessel there is a deck where SpaceX crew members are standing by, and as Jesse said, will be able to assist the astronauts if necessary to get out of the capsule or egress, as we say.
And a cool view here, just looking from behind the seats. On your left-hand side is Commander Jared Isaacman, and your right-hand side is our pilot, Kid Poteet.
You can kind of get a feel for the difference in seat position in terms of the position that it's in now and the position that the seats were in while the crew was still in space. The warning and the 1.21 gigawatts stickers were a little bit closer to us, I feel like.
1.21 gigawatts warning. Por que será que eles colocam ali, né? Essa informação ali.
See the same displays that the
É que alguém já... Não
utilizes.
sei se o Sérgio já falou, né? O Space Today. Mas por que será que tem aquela informação ali?
Once again, Dragon resilience has been successful. Well, first of all, made an on-time splashdown.
1h15, daqui a pouquinho é hora de fazer feira, hein, seu Geraldo?
Considered in the Florida Keys, down near at
Pensando em fazer a feira daqui a pouco já
a,
e voltar a dormir depois.
They are now on the recovery vessel and standing by for the final preparations performed by the recovery team prior to basically opening that side hatch. Once again, this will be the first time that the Polaris Dawn crew will have fresh air. It'll be fresh, salty, fishy air, but fresh air nonetheless. And there we can see the Dragon capsule now being moved toward the central part of the ship. You can see there. There are some SpaceX crew members also wearing respirators, once again, as we will perform the final hypergolic safety sniffing tests. As I mentioned earlier, beginning to spray the Dragon capsule.
Ai, ó, que beleza.
To try and rinse that salt water off of the metallic components.
Já vão checar aí.
This is very exciting. We're just a few minutes away. There's still some more procedures that they have to go through in order to open that hatch, but just a few minutes away from hatch opening. And again, the first person that will meet them will be the flight surgeon who will enter the capsule and make sure that the crew is feeling good and ready to exit their seats.
For those of you that have joined just recently, the Dragon capsule carrying the Polaris Dawn crew splashed down just 41 minutes ago at 12:36 a.m. Pacific time, 3:36 a.m. East Coast time. And here we are 40 minutes later. Pretty quick operations by the recovery teams in terms of getting over to where the capsule landed, getting the parachutes out of the water, and adhering the required straps, and ultimately lifting the Dragon capsule up onto the recovery vessel, as we just saw a few minutes ago. Right now, the recovery team outside of the Dragon capsule, like I said before, spraying down some fresh water.
Dragon SpaceX, stand by for side hatch opening and egress.
All right, good news there.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're standing by.
Looks like those safety checks.
Eita, que beleza. Isso aí, seu Geraldo.
Their respirators.
Aí, ó, estão abrindo, ó.
And there you can see
Eita.
the hatch is open.
I just
Aí
heard
sim, hein?
part of the
Rapidinho, né?
feeling that came from the Dragon teams at their computers. That was pretty cool. That is the flight surgeon.
Quanto que é 2 mais 2? Será que ele pergunta ali, né?
Making sure that everybody is feeling good. I have a feeling by his smiling face, he's getting 4 smiling faces in return.
The Polaris Dawn crew has now officially taken their first breath of Earth air in the last 5 days.
We can see the recovery team in the background, basically putting up some protective fixtures around the side hatch in order to ensure that as the crew egresses and gets assisted as they come out of the capsule, that they don't hurt the side hatch seals or themselves. Obviously want to protect the individuals as well.
Ah, olha lá o Sérgio falou ali, né?
And super exciting, we can see that the crew is now prepping the Dragon capsule for the crew egress. And there is, they're going to be removing their harnesses, removing any equipment out of the way to ensure that they are safe to step out of their seats and egress the Dragon capsule.
Even the flight surgeon has to be assisted. It's some tough maneuvering.
Show de bola, agora eles vão sair, daqui a pouquinho vão sair os...
So we'll start to see the footrests. The recovery team will come in, and there is our Polaris Dawn crew, our first live view with the side hatch open, fist pumps, thumbs up.
Aí sim, hein? Foto, ó. Foto oficial.
I'm sure the crew is so excited to be home, mission complete, like they said, after 5 days of some historic Milestones.
That smiling face there in the side hatch taking pictures, I'm sure that is John Kraus, also known as Snap. He is I believe, the content director for the Polaris Dawn program. I'm sure it's an exciting moment to be able to capture, both with video and photo, the smiling faces of the crew members. Now we can see some SpaceX crew members, recovery team, they'll come in, they will start to remove the footrests at the bottoms of each seat. That will help give a little bit more moving room, or I should say area to for folks to get in and help our 4 Polaris Dawn astronauts get out a little bit easier.
Show de bola, hein? Vamos começar a tirar
There, as Kate mentioned,
os astronautas aí.
Fun fact about those footrests, they are custom sized for each astronaut.
As damas primeiro, viu, seu Geraldo?
Armrest and footrest basically comes in like a small, medium, or large option, and depending on, excuse me, the foot length and the arm length of each individual, they get the appropriate size for their body measurements.
yeah, I mean, that goes with the seats themselves, the suits themselves are all customized to each individual astronaut and crew member. Basically, they get a customized version just for themselves for these missions.
Now we can see that, pardon me, the crew members are now able to undo their safety harnesses, their 5-point safety straps, and I guess that would be the last step before being able to get out. Now it seems as though the first person to come out will be Anna Menon, who is on the far right side as we are looking at it. She's in seat 4, yeah. So Anna is now making her way with this assisted egress.
Exatamente. Seu Geraldo, agora é ir pra casa descansar, né?
Mission specialist Anna Menon.
There she is.
Aí, ó. Já aí.
Big
SpaceXer.
waves. Yes.
So happy. I love this. So excited.
Welcome back to Earth, Anna.
É, não deve ser fácil. Não deve ser fácil, né? A reentrada deve ser uma pancada, né?
We heard Haley Arsenault, who was one of the mission specialists, and she for the Inspiration 4 mission. We heard her say that Jared always let the ladies go first, and so I have a feeling that Sarah might be the next one to egress here. Yep, we can see her now getting out of her seat. She and Anna had the 2 window seats. SpaceX team assisting her to make sure that she doesn't hit the side hatch in any way.
So much excitement. Our second SpaceXer to fly in space, mission specialist Sarah Gillis, back on Earth.
Será que pesa também? Acho que não pesa, né?
Now egressing is our pilot, Kid Poteet. I would bet good money that we're going to see some thumbs up once Kid exits. It's pretty cool to see that they are coming out, standing up on their own 2 feet, and walking off.
SpaceX, Dragon, this is the final call. Sign off.
Some dance moves.
That's pretty great. I think that move should be added to the required choreography for human spaceflight missions. You know, we have the astronaut
Agora vai aí o principal, né?
launch day.
Da missão.
Shuffle, I think, should be the next one for post egress. We heard Jared get one last call out on the loops before egressing himself.
And the final Polaris Dawn crew member egressing Dragon Resilience, Commander Jared Isaacman. Our second frequent flyer in Dragon, completing his second mission.
Deve estar todo mundo meio... Show de bola, hein?
For a second, I thought he was saying goodbye to his spacecraft, but it turns out he was
Espetacular, hein, seu Geraldo? Agora é a hora do café.
egress.
E...
So incredible to
E é
see.
isso, gente.
What a day! What a week!
Tá? Então, muito obrigado aí todo mundo aí que acompanhou. Top demais, né? Espetacular isso aí, né?
By our medical team. What an
Show
incredible
de bola, hein?
this has been. Next up, the crew will actually catch a helicopter flight back to shore, where they will rejoin.
Muito obrigado aí, seu Geraldo. Bom domingão pra todo mundo. E a gente se vê amanhã, se Deus quiser, aqui no canal. Beleza? Valeu, pessoal.